To welcome the Speaker of Council, Councillor Margaret Arnolds.
Good morning, councillors. Can we all remain standing for a moment of silence or prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. You may be seated. We took slightly long because somebody was not meditating at the back there. Councillor Christians, we haven't started and there's a point of order. Pardon? Pardon?
Madam Speaker, when you said moment of silence, we did start, so that's why I was bringing to your attention to check for quorum, please.
I haven't even opened. I'm going to do that. Don't worry. Don't worry. Be happy.
Good morning. It is hereby notified that the continuation of the 22nd ordinary meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality on the budget speech debate and consideration of reports is held on Wednesday, the 15th of May 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Constance, Conny, Bapela Council Chamber at Metro Center in Braamfontein. And the first item on the agenda is opening.
Thank you, councillors. We are officially open the meeting besides the meditation. I'm going to ask that we take about 15 minutes so that we... Is it too much, councillor? I'm looking at Councillor Christians. He's the only one that's putting his hand up. The rest of you are screaming at me. It's fine, councillor. I will make it less. Okay? Can I hear you?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rules is very clear. At the start of the meeting, if there is no quorum, we will break for 20 minutes. And at the end of that 20 minutes, if there's still no quorum, then the meeting is closed. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, I am advised that I must first check whether we do correct, and then we can take the time for us to come back and say we're correcting. So what we are going to do now is we're going to take the next 15 minutes to check whether we do correct. Please, please people, I woke up very nice. Let's not scream at each other. Let's not scream at each other. I'm not doing this because I'm sucking my thumb and scratching my head. I'm doing it because I'm being advised. You always say they must advise me. So I'm going to do as they have advised me. We are going to take the 15 minutes and then we'll come back. We'll come back at 20 past. Done. Thank you, councillors. We are going to check. We'll come back at the time that I've just stipulated. Thank you, councillors. Can we get settled down? Or can we settle down? Okay, thank you. Okay, we ended off where Secretary to Council read in the meeting and time. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Bapela Kwamanda, the Whip of Council, Councillor NG Zungu, all political parties, leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, City Manager Mr. Floyd Brink, Acting Secretary to Council, Councillor Christians, I'm going to announce whether we correct. Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Kobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, everybody in the gallery, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the continuation of the 22nd Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality on the debate on the budget speech and continuation and consideration of the reports. At this point, I need to confirm we are 188 in the House. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the record, at 10:00 hours, there was no quorum in this House. You then resumed this meeting at 10:23, which is 3 minutes after the regulated times in terms of Rule 57.1. I'd like that please recorded. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, we did ask that we check quorum, and we did say that we're starting at that time, and we all agreed to it, and we have started now. And we do correct. No, councillors, please. Councillor, is there any hand up? No, there isn't. Thank you. Councillors, please note that, okay, sorry, Councillor Christians, kyk wat doen jy?
We proceed to application for leave of absence.
I have the apologies of Councillor Nontenja due to urgent private business. Councillor Mpolobosho due to urgent private business. Are there any further apologies? Councillor Avante, Councillor Marema, and Councillor at the back, apologies, but yes, from Action SA. Can we go in that fashion? Councillor Avante, Councillor Marema, and then the councillor from Action SA, and then Councillor from ACDP. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Speaker. We have a couple of councillors off with ill health. It's Councillor Marais, Councillor Ahmed, Councillor Landis, Councillor Coogan, and Councillor Mulisani. We also have Councillor Bitcow on urgent private business and Councillor Rayton on urgent private business. We have a late arrival, which will be Councillor Rambani. We have leaving early, we have Councillor Ran at 12:30 for private business, Councillor Dagama at 1 p.m. for private business. Then for urgent party business, we have Councillor Shea, Councillor Crichton, Councillor Myers, Councillor Van Dijk, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Avon-Smith, Councillor Hoon, Councillor Finn, and Councillor Foley, who will leave at 1:30. And then the DA caucus would need to leave by 2:30 for urgent party business. Thank you. Sorry, it's Councillor Stuart Marais. Thank you.
Councillor Marema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I only have two apologies of late arrivals. Otherwise, today it's a big day that needs the majority of councillors to be present when we vote for the budget. We're all going to be here and we're all going to vote for the budget today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morema. Councillor from Action SA. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Mashala.
You got-
From Action SA, we've got Councillor Lebogang Mokoka, Private Business. Late arrival by Councillor Lebogang Dukanene. Councillor Laura Ann David's Green, sick leave. Councillor Zahid Jane Odin, sick leave. Councillor Sarah Vissler, party duties. Councillor Kabelo Mwatse, sick leave. And Councillor Tulinkoma, sick leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please accept Councillor Mkonza's apology. He's away on urgent party business. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we approve the apologies as submitted? Councillor Harris.
Madam Speaker, in our standing rules and orders, item 3 of Schedule 1 states that a councillor must attend each meeting of the municipal council and the committee of which that council is a member, except when a leave of absence is granted in terms of an applicable law, or as determined by the rules and orders of council. It also further goes on to state that if a councillor has missed 3 meetings, they have to be removed from council. Now, I am exceedingly empathetic with Councillor Kama.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah.
You are supposed to submit leave of absence for your caucus.
Ma'am, can I just say this before because we are going to accept
I'm being
the leave of
advised that
absence.
you should be giving leave of absence for your caucus.
Madam,
Is there anybody in your caucus that's been absent 3 times?
I've spoken about Councillor Mkonza, but there's a technicality that is to the detriment of our region B.
Councillor, if it's not in your caucus,
Then, okay, then, thanks, Madam Speaker, I will
You'll write
sit
to
down.
us about what
But
you
I've
want to
written
say.
to you and I would please
you'll
ask that
write
you
to the
respond.
Speaker's office on what you want to say, Councillor.
I have written and I please ask for a response, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
we'll give you a response. Councillors, before we carry on, I just had a bit of amnesia, but I've got it back. Congratulations to Councillor Christians on winning gold in the Mozambique Masters Basketball Champions at the beginning of May.
Oh, giraffe.
I saw, before I did that, I saw the hand of Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Mhlongo, you recognized?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you and the entire council. Madam Speaker, I wanted to forward my apology. If you are not done by 12, could I be excused for private business? Thank you. As you know what we are preparing for as the party. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Simmons?
Morning, Madam Speaker. 2 apologies, MMC Kunene on party business and Councillor Ponsonby ill health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simmons. Okay, we carry on. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mogape. Sorry, apologies. Councillor Mogape?
Thank you, Speaker. Absence from the EFF side, it's Councillor Ngwenya, ill health, Councillor Lishilo, ill health, and Councillor Mulala. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Constance, we now proceed to item 3, which is the debate on the budget speech.
Thank you, councillors. We'll go according to the speakers list. And first on the speakers list is Councillor Al Gancho. I hope I've pronounced it right. Councillor, can you take your seat? I'm not sure what it is. Councillor Machete. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As minority, we ask only 40 minutes caucus break. Thank you.
Councillor Machete, can you repeat yourself?
Madam Speaker, we will go back 40 minutes caucus break. Thank you.
Okay.
As minority parties.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to grant the 40 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Gancho. I'm granting the 40 minutes. I'm not sure they have their issues. Thank you. We'll be back at, what time? We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. Can we settle down? Are we settled at the back there? In the front here? Councillors, I'm just waiting for all of us to take our seats. Can we move with our feet and with speed? I'm already a few minutes late. Thank you, councillors. Can we get Councillor Machete to, he's asked for a caucus break. Can we get him to just tell us? That row where Councillor Mosetla is, I want to sit there. Councillor Machete?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As minority are back, we discuss, so we're going to continue with the business of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machete. Okay, we continue. We had Councillor Gancho. Councillor Gancho.
Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor Gancho. There's a point of order on you. Councillor Mohape.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we are requesting for a caucus break of an hour. Thank you.
Councillor Gancho, you moved from there to here. Just now you're going to be here doing your speech. They've asked for an hour caucus break. We're granting them. Councillor, I'm not sure. Councillor, I've granted the caucus break. I've granted the hour to the EFF. We'll be back at 12:20. Are we settling? Thank you. Are we back? Hey, Councillor Gancho, keep your fingers crossed, my councillor. We back? Can we be seated? We are strolling in, I'm not sure why, but can we be seated? Councillor Mohape, can you please enlighten us?
Thank you, Speaker. Siyabonga ngexesha osiphe lona, singaqhubeka.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gancho.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Executive Mayor, colleagues, I greet you all. Let me also greet the caucus of the 44 Strong of Action SA, led by Councillor Mthembu. Speaker, before I dive into the mess that is the budget speech for the City of Johannesburg over the period 2024-2025, I feel it's important to briefly remind Council and the residents of Johannesburg how we got here. If you forget everything else, remember these words. The words are, they fell in love with the struggle. Speaker, you will be hard-pressed to find an adult in South Africa who doesn't have at least a basic understanding of the ANC's contribution to this democratic dispensation. For decades, young children and adults alike risked life and limb, career prospects and families, all for the sake of defeating the evil apartheid regime. They fought
Councillor
without
Gancho.
guarantee.
Councillor Gancho, can you please? I see two hands, and I think it's Councillor Mabaso.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. My apologies, Speaker. Speaker, the Mayor and the MMC for Finance are not in the House. So I think we should wait for them before he continues with his debate, because it's either of them that must respond to what he's saying there. So if we could just get them back to the House.
Thank you, Councillor. I could not see whether they are sitting on their seats.
Wabale kudada.
Aipo, ubani. Someone is calling them. Councillor Gancho, you want to take a seat somewhere so long? Or you stand there, it's fine. Councillors, can we just stop that, please? Councillor Brenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we're requesting 15 minutes caucus. Please, Speaker.
Speaker can just send us for lunch now, and then we'll come back after lunch.
Councillor Belinda, how many minutes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I know
Councillor Belinda, I can't hear you.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to say, Madam Speaker, I'm very concerned about us having so many caucus meetings. You know, there are some of, and I'm sure from all sides of the House, There are people calling their ward councillors about water issues and electricity issues. And they are watching us on this live feed. Can I please plead with you that we try and curtail and get on with the business of the day? We don't want to leave. You always accuse us of wanting to leave. We try to be here, we are here prepared. So I'm pleading with you. Can we please try to get on with the business of the day?
I'm going to rule. Councillor Belinda. Sorry, Councillor Belinda, you were the last speaker. It's B's. Councillor Brenda, can we bring it down to 10 minutes? Or have you got another view?
Thank you, Speaker. I can agree that we bring it down to 10 minutes, but I'm also watching on time for if you can check if lunch, coincidentally with lunch, please, Speaker.
You know, we've had beautiful sessions for the past few months, and I'm not sure why when we get to discussing budget, we are so difficult. But I'm going to give that time, and I'll find out from the table. Before I give you the time, just hold on. We're just trying to find out if lunch is ready, and then we'll have lunch. But, councillors, I'm going to say this. If we give a time and we say we come back, you have your 10 minutes within the time of lunch, then we come back on time. We don't find somebody else walking in here later, you will be left outside. Because it's unfair that we are where we are and we have done nothing. Can we agree to that? I'm just finding out whether lunch is ready. If it's not ready, you only have your 10 minutes and we'll go for lunch at 3 o'clock. Councillor Christians?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a point of procedure. There is already a speaker on the floor, so if a caucus is granted, it can only be granted at the end of the speech, not in the middle, because the caucus would be required for a vote or to deal with a subject matter, but not when somebody has already taken the floor and started speaking already. Thank you.
Chair. But you want to say Mabaso was relevant with his point.
Thank you, Councillor Christians. We note that. Okay. Your 10 minutes falls within the time of lunch. So we'll be having lunch. Councillor Brenda, just wait. We'll be having lunch. It's now 22, what is it, 1? We'll be back at 22. Sharp, not 2021 or anything, 22. We're going for lunch and your 10 minutes is in that lunch. It's beautiful drums, eh? Councillor Soon, can I do it again? Can we encourage our colleagues to get in? Can we come? Can we come? I'm an underling. I'm not sure Councillor Brenda is not here. We wanted a report back from her. Is Councillor Ganto here? Councillors that are outside, you are strolling, can we come in? MMC Magwenchu, can we come in? Can we please settle down and hear from Councillor Brenda? Besides lunch, we gave a caucus break.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we're ready to start, and thank you very much for the caucus break.
Councillor Gancho from Action SA.
But Speaker, I have to object on a point of order, seriously. I started my speech already, and you allowed them to interject and ask for a caucus break. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's not in the rules. Once the speaker started speaking, I don't think people can ask for caucus breaks and things like that. But anyway, let me go.
Councillors, please. On both sides, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Gancho.
Speaker, I'm being told that the mayor and the MMC of Finance are not here. So can we still continue in their absence? Because you said we couldn't before lunch.
Can I ask someone to please get the mayor and from the desk here to get the mayor and the MMC to come in? Councillor Sudabai, I saw your hand up. Are you fine? Councillor Not.
Madam Speaker, I have to express concern from the DA's side. We are being taken for a joke, the residents of the city as well as this House. The Mayor and the MMC do not think that it's important enough to be present in these chambers to engage on the budget speech and to engage on the budget. They have delayed us since 10 o'clock this morning. They are not organized. I don't know if they actually want to pass a budget, but they are wasting everybody's time, and they are wasting the time of the residents of the city. Thank you.
Councillor Gancho, can you commence your speech? And then everybody else that's walking in, Councillor Strike, Councillor, is it Bongani? And the councillors in front of me, can we be seated? Councillor Gancho,
Speaker, from where I'm
can you
standing,
start?
the MMC is not in the chamber,
The mayor is here.
but the MMC is the one that needs to respond to my speech.
The mayor is here. The mayor delegates the MMC. So the mayor is here. The mayor delegates all 10 MMCs.
It's fine, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gancho.
Okay. No, I'm not going up again. Fool me once, shame on you.
Councillor
Fool me
Gancho,
twice.
I'm not sure, but you are being interjected by the leader of the DA. Councillor Belinda, we are allowing the speech to carry on. Your whip has just said to us that we are holding you guys back. Can we please carry on with the speech? The mayor has now walked in. You can, I'm not going to take it, Councillor, please. Your whip next to you has said that we are wasting time. So now we want to carry on. Councillor Gancho, please. Proceed.
He's outside. Tell us. I want to watch some flag, man.
I had already greeted you all, Speaker, and the caucus leader of, of Action SA, Councillor Nomtembo. Councillor Mtembo.
Councillor Gancho, I'm really sorry for what's happening to you. Honestly, I would have been
But
frustrated
Speaker, you're the
myself.
one that's allowing it to happen to me.
And they want to bend the flag. Yeah.
I'm really honest. Councillor Belinda, jy word gerecognize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I want to apologize to Councillor Gancho, it's not on you. The point of order is on you, Madam Speaker. The mayor has delegated his authority to the MMC of Finance who tabled the budget yesterday. Has the mayor taken his delegations back? Is that the reason why he's here and the MMC of Finance is not here? We must do things correctly, please. We must do things correctly.
Councillor Belinda, there's another point of order on you, and that is going to cause Councillor Gancho not to be able to deliver his speech, and it's very unfair to him. Councillor, I will allow you.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's high time, Speaker, that you rule, because your ruling cannot be challenged. So make a ruling on this matter so that we can move forward. And maybe then at least Councillor Gancho there can start his speech, please, because these frivolous point of orders are not taking us anywhere, please.
Councillor Gancho, can you carry on, please? Councillor Gancho, no one is going to interrupt you now. Carry on, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I had said a lot of nice things about the ANC in the beginning of my speech, which don't bear repeating now. Speaker, a happy ending is just a story that hasn't ended yet, or so the saying goes. And if history had ended in 1996, oh, what a wonderful story it would have been. However, Speaker, it is far easier. Let me start that from the beginning. Sadly, Speaker, a happy ending is just a story that hasn't ended yet, or so the saying goes. And if history had ended in 1996 with the adoption of the Constitution, what a wonderful story it would have been. It is far easier to fight for one's principles than to live up to them. And you can't find a better example of this than when the ANC and its daughter parties govern. Speaker, if these 30 years has shown us anything, it is that the ANC did better when it was engaged in the struggle than it does at governing. In that they were nearly unimpeachable. But now that they are the ones responsible for ensuring everyone is equal in the eyes of government and the law, now that they are responsible for ensuring everyone gets the basics of service delivery, it's another story. Every year, Speaker, they drag the corpse of apartheid out, clean it up and present it to the people anew, as if apartheid had ended last year. And this is all to distract from their own governance record year on year. Why measure progress from 1994? Why not measure progress from the time the GLU came to power to now? I have an hypothesis, Speaker. At some point, the ANC must have started to believe there was no glory to be found in the job of governing well. At some point, the ANC realized that its future was not in the future well-being of South Africans. It realized that its future was in South Africa's past. The people loved the ANC most during the struggle, so somebody very clever in the ANC must have decided to place the city of Johannesburg, and indeed the entire country, in a perpetual state of struggle. Thus, the second phase of the struggle for socio-economic rights was born. But do not be fooled. This current struggle has no end goal. It has no timeline. Its only objective is to keep the ANC in power. That's what I mean when I say they fell in love with the struggle. They have tried everything to plunge the residents of Johannesburg into crisis so they can appear to be the only solution. The ANC is deliberately mismanaging the city in order to make the residents who aren't already self-sufficient so desperately reliant on the ANC that they feel they have no choice but to keep the ANC in power for mere survival. They fell in love with the struggle. They fell in love with struggling, and now they were making us all struggle. You see, Speaker, the ANC has never solved a single problem facing the residents of Johannesburg. We had issues with electricity 17 years ago, and we have issues with electricity today. And after the election, we all know that the issues with electricity will resume. We suffer the same social ills we did in 1994. The difference now is that the ANC is managing them. They have no intention of solving any of the issues that we are placated with. All they do is manage them enough to keep the residents loyal and placated, but not enough to allow them agency. Because, and this is the crucial point, the ANC actually doesn't want to solve problems. Because if they solve problems, what will they campaign on in the next election? If they end struggling, what reason will the residents have to continue voting the ANC? The ANC itself has acknowledged this point. Gwera Mantashe said on an interview on Eyewitness News a while back, and I paraphrase, the problem with South Africans is that once you give them education and jobs, they turn around and no longer want to vote the ANC. They develop finer tastes and go looking elsewhere. Meaning, as he understands it actually, doing the job will result in them losing power. Because the ANC loses its appeal to people once they enter the middle class. People aspire to more and the ANC doesn't know how to meet those aspirations. So what do? You keep them poor, you keep them worrying about water security, electricity, food and toilets. They won't be too concerned about commissions of inquiry in Bapela that way. What does that mean for us, the residents of Johannesburg? As we dissect the sticky budget, Speaker of the GLU, let's consider these points. This is why we are seeing drama unfold outside the city manager's home. We are happy that the city manager was with us this morning, safe and sound and free, but it would not have been necessary if they had given effect to the court orders made against them. Our finance department is struggling to collect on rates and residents are complaining of improper billing. We go around chasing and harassing paying customers, but what about the government departments that are owing a combined 5 billion rand? Where are those termination notices? Why is this war room so selective on who it targets? Speaker, they are struggling to create a conducive environment for local informal traders to operate, but instead they've given up our entire spaza shop industry to foreign nationals who treat our people like dirt. Like the Minister of Police asked without a sense of irony, why are these people allowed to do this? Who gave them permission? As the Mayor of Johannesburg, our President, Herman Mashaba, heard the pleas of the employees of the city and resolved that insourcing should be the policy of the city. People in Fine Town and all over the city are still praising Herman Mashaba for implementing this life-changing policy. How interesting that members of the GLU who claim to have pioneered this policy, you can hear them making noise now, have failed to see it incorporated into the budget. It seems to me, Speaker, like non-negotiable refers to price, not principles. As for not leaving anyone behind, are the residents of Eldorado Park not people? Why has nothing of the budget been set out for them? You are bizzering big time, patriots. This despite having been made promises and commitments for the past 2 years. Despite the MMC of Finance appearing there and promising people heaven and earth. Of the 6 million residents of Johannesburg, 3 million are effectively living in poverty. It's so strange that the ANC wants to take credit for people's English, but can't take responsibility for the lives that are suffering under their leadership. Meanwhile, somehow, you've forgotten to include just how much is being set for the bodyguards from Benoni. A thoroughly unnecessary expense for alleged leaders of the people. You should be among the people, not seeking protection from the people. I heard nothing in yesterday's speech that speaks to how the city will close the 154 billion backlog in infrastructure maintenance and building. Worse yet, with the budget allocated to it, the backlog will only grow bigger, meaning that it will never be resolved. The city is slowly decaying and you have no plan to maintain or replace the aging infrastructure. The truth is, you are struggling to govern this metro. South Africa doesn't have to struggle. We don't have to adopt these struggle politics of yours. I've said this before in council, and it's as true then as it is now. South Africa has everything it needs to be a prosperous, safe, and fair society. What we lack is one thing: leadership. Principled, ethical, honest, inspiring, visionary, energetic leadership. And the heartbreaking thing is that the right leadership does exist. The right leadership is already in this council. Action SA is ready and willing and capable to set the city on the right path. As an example, Speaker, here are just 3 things Action SA would have made sure to prioritize in this budget. Number 1, insourcing. Number 2, the informal trading sector and the local economy. Number 3, restoring and repurposing hijacked buildings and releasing them to the private sector. If only the city had the right leaders to end this struggle, because from where I'm standing, this side, there's no leaders. Speaker, one good thing did come out of the MMC speech yesterday, and it was when he wasn't speaking. He called attention to the 12th official language of South Africa, sign language. It's important that we make provision for all languages in council. And in that spirit, I'd also like to share something I learned in sign language. It goes the following. Speaker, you must forgive my pronunciation, but I hope I've just said 2 weeks in sign language. In just 2 weeks, Speaker, in 14 days, the residents of Johannesburg will be given an opportunity to pronounce on the government of local unity and whether they want more of this GLU in the province and national spheres. In closing, Speaker, I can't help but notice the MMC reminded us to vote, but could not or would not call on the residents to vote for his party. A crisis of conscience, maybe, I don't know. But my vote is no secret, and my conscience is clear. On the 29th of May, I will be voting for Action SA, and I call upon all patriotic lovers of South Africa to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kanjo. Councillor Mangani.
Ubuyile udada.
Please, Councillor, we've heard your speech. Please give the Council an opportunity to debate as well. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Your time is starting now.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. The Honorable Mayor, esteemed members of Council, IFP constituencies, and fellow citizens of Johannesburg. Today, as we gather in these chambers to deliberate upon budget tabled by the
Councillor
City of...
Mangani, I see a hand. Please, can you sit down so that we can hear? Is it a point of order? Please, can you quote the rule that you are raising your hand on?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I rise.
Councillor Christians, I see you on your feet. I'm not sure what I missed.
Thank you,
But yeah?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in a procedural flaw that just has happened. In terms of Rule 19.1, in the absence of the Speaker, the Chair of Chairs shall act as the Speaker. In the absence of that, the Speaker shall nominate. But Speaker, you did not nominate when you left. Can we please follow the rules of this House and not leave it as was said by the previous Speaker, that this has been like a spaza shop. 19.3 allows you to nominate an acting Speaker if the Chair of Chairs is not here. Please, let's follow the rules. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, I'm not sure, I was not here when all the excitement happened. But I also just want to know, and on a very light note, I want to know, is it about nominating or is it about telling everybody that I have nominated? Can we, Councillor Christians, I accept I was advised by the table, and if they are wrong, then it's fine, and I'll deal with it. But I was advised it's not the first time that I've called Councillor up in the absence of us not having a chair of chairs. It's not the first time. I did it the previous time as well. And it's apologies if it was wrong, but I was advised that way. And that's the reason why I called up the councillor to come and to be the speaker or acting whilst I was, having some private thing to do. But I've done it before. I also did it with Councillor Rafferty. So yes, can we take it that way? But you guys had fun when I was not here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mangani. It's your
Thank you,
turn.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
I had already greeted. I'll just get straight to it. Today, as we gather in this chambers to deliberate upon the budget table by the City of Johannesburg, it is important that we reflect on the values and principles that underpin our democracy. Speaker, allow me to begin by acknowledging the rich history of our nation, where the spirits of negotiation and compromise paved the way for our democratic transition. During the CODESA negotiations, Speaker, the IFP persistently advocated for the inclusion of Bill of Rights in the interim constitution, affirming our commitment to the protection of individual citizens. It is with this same spirit of inclusivity and equity that I stand here today to commend the MMC of Finance, Councillor Dada Morero, for recognizing the importance of sign language as one of the official languages. This decision, Speaker, is not only administrative, it is a celebration of Ubuntu, the belief in the interconnectedness of humanity. Furthermore, Speaker, I wish to express our appreciation for the MMC's effort in engaging with all political parties. In the spirit of constructive dialogue and collaboration, we must work together for the betterness of our city and its residents. Speaker, as we embark on this budgetary journey, let us not forget the age-old idiom, which says, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. A well-crafted budget holds little value unless it is implemented effectively. It is upon us to ensure that every rand allocated is utilized for the benefits of the people of the City of Johannesburg. Speaker, we've been assured that the budget is funded, but we must remain vigilant during the adjustment period. Unused funds must not be the order of the day. Therefore, Speaker, as the IFP, we call upon the Executive Mayor to oversee the implementation and expenditure of this budget, ensuring accountability and transparency in every step of the way. The residents of City of Johannesburg have a simple request, Speaker: quality service delivery. They are not interested in big figures like the 83 billion. They seek tangible results. For far too long, departments have sat on allocated budget with little to show for it. This must change, Speaker. The IFP will only credit this budget when it is put to work for the betterness of our people. There's no merit in good intentions, Speaker, unless those intentions are acted on. Moreover, Speaker, we must address the lack of political will within the departments to implement the IDP initiatives. We cannot afford to let bureaucracy stand in the way of progress. It is time we translate intentions into actions to turn promises into realities. Lastly, Speaker, the IFP is pleased to see the inclusion of women, people with disabilities, and the LGBTQI+ community in this budget. Diversity is our strength, and by I don't know what happened to my tongue. By prioritizing these needs of marginalized groups, we reaffirm our commitment to equality and social justice. In conclusion, Speaker, let us seize this opportunity to make meaningful changes in the lives of our citizens. Let us be stewards of public trust, ensuring that every decision we make serves the common good. Together we can build a brighter future for all we can, for those who call Johannesburg home. Ndolibuwa, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, the MMC of Finance claims that this budget is themed an inclusive budget that leaves no one behind. However, I question whether the ANC and its government of local unity truly live in the city of Johannesburg or some parallel universe or multiverse. The ANC's consistent reiteration of the Almlicar-Cabral maximum that history requires us to not claim easy victories and tell no lies is telling. It's the tell no lies part that baffles me. Then again, how can you expect accountability from an organization that takes no ownership or responsibility for its failures, but instead blames others? Madam Speaker, in light of this, it seems fitting to invoke the Shaggy song, "It Wasn't Me." This should be the anthem of the ANC and the government of local unity, as the reality for many people in the city of Johannesburg is one of neglect, forgetfulness, and despair. Over the past 15 years, under ANC stewardship, by their design, they have driven South Africa and Johannesburg into decline. To add insult to injury, the inclusion of the government of local unity only compounds the issues. Let's highlight the tell no lies
Councillor
stance.
Santana, can you take a seat? Councillor Nonkumbi. Please switch off your mic, Councillor Santana.
Speaker, is it proper for a council to address us putting his hand in his pocket?
Councillor Santana.
So must I put it on my head? Seriously, guys. Let's highlight and tell no lies stance. The sinking fund, mirrored in the corruption through the regiment capital scandal, brought to us by none other than the ANC. Yet, we still await the appointment of the new fund managers to manage this fund. The MMC claims to have stabilized the budget transparently. However, our continuous requests for information remain unanswered, like the proverbial checks in the mail. They boast of approving 13,500 dwelling units and over 263,000 square meters of commercial space, yet fail to upgrade or maintain our current infrastructure. The operational and capital funding model relies on generating surpluses through trading services, primarily through water and electricity. However, the AG has raised going concern issues for both entities during the 2022-2023 audits. The MMC asserts that he has ensured a sustainable key financial ratios per National Treasury guidelines, but we consistently fail to meet all key indicators. Property rates revenue, the city's third largest revenue stream that funds basic services, but minimal services to show for it. They claim the budget is a product of wide consultation, yet #the forgotten ratepayers and workers were excluded due to the inconvenient IDP session times, and any request to accommodate these participants fell on deaf ears. Madam Speaker, it's been 49 days without load shedding and 14 days until the elections. The budget speech presented by the MMC of Finance was nothing more than an electioneering campaign speech. As we reflect on the 30 years of our democracy, we must acknowledge the infrastructure, oppression, and segregation built during the apartheid regime served only minority communities. However, the current delay and lack of investment into infrastructure for all South Africans falls squarely on the shoulders of the present government, and it affects all residents. We in the Democratic Alliance hold firm to the democratic values and principles, including accountability, transparency, and good governance. It's through these principles that we strive to bring about a meaningful change and ensure that no one in Johannesburg is left behind. The DA stands ready to rescue Gauteng and South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boer, Freedom Front Plus.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, MMC Finance, Mayor, all councillors, good afternoon. In Afrikaans, we've got a saying, which we can't really translate into English, but in Afrikaans we say, a halve waarheid is a hele leuen. What means basically, if you only speak half the truth, you're actually lying. And I was thinking about this when we listened to the budget speech yesterday. Two examples. The MMC said, and I quote here, when they came into office, and this is now the multi-party government, the city had nearly 5 billion in its coffers, plus a sinking fund of about 3.7 billion.
Boer, can you take a seat, Councillor Nkumbi?
I just want to understand, lying, is it a council's language? So that each and every one of us can be able to utilize
Councillor
it.
Nkumbi.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Nkumbi. Councillor Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I quote, when they came into office, the city had nearly 5 billion in its coffers, plus a sinking fund of about 3.7 billion. What the MNC, however, did not say is that that sinking fund was used last year to redeem 2.5 billion rand of long-term debt, and it will also be used this year to pay another 1.3 billion rand of long-term debt. The same with the 5 billion in its coffers. I would just love to ask the MMC what is in the coffers at present. The other example is where I quote the MMC where he says, the 24-25 IDP review and its budget acknowledges the decaying infrastructure which during the apartheid regime was only built to service minority communities. This infrastructure resulted in backlogs that we are experiencing today. And it is easy to play the blaming game and blame apartheid regime for the infrastructure problems that we have today. And I just want to remind the MMC, the apartheid regime was not only built to service minority communities. What about Baragwanath Hospital? The decay after 30 years, is that attributable to the apartheid regime? Our metro buildings was built by the apartheid regime as well. And the decay there, is that their fault or what is the result that we are experiencing today? So we mustn't blame the blaming game and rather look for solutions. And that brings me by the budget. And I want to commend the MMC and I want to thank him on behalf of the residents of Johannesburg to only increase the rates, tariffs this year by 3.8%. I think that was very generous and we acknowledge you for that. But there were certain things in the budget that were unsaid. And I'm talking about really burning issues in our city. And I'm not talking about burning that a blue party does with the flag. I'm really talking about burning issues. And we've got 3 burning issues in our city at the moment. Our city is burning. Our inner city is literally burning. We can only remember the burning of the building in August last year, which cost many lives. We can think of the burning underneath the M1 highway, which only happened a week ago. We can think about the burning in Breer Street with the explosion. Our inner city is literally burning, and there is no mentioning in the budget what we are going to do to improve this. The other burning issue is we don't have water. We don't have water, and we can't even extinguish the burns because we do not have water. Our non-revenue water stands at 46% at the moment. The MMC had no plan to address the issue of non-revenue water. What are we doing with the water crisis? There as well, no plan in the budget for this. And then the last item, which wasn't mentioned, for the metro building is standing empty for more than a year now. It could have been revamped by this time, but nothing has happened. We hear stories about the metro building being sold as a prison. We hear stories about lease agreement entered for 9 years and 11 months at a massive cost to council, but there's no plan for the metro building either. And that brings me by the budget. Madam Speaker, the MMC said this budget of ours, 83.1 billion. I want to remind this council, the 23-24 budget was also an amount of 83 billion. So we had, despite a 12.7% increase in electricity tariffs, our budget was static compared to the original 23-24 budget. And that means that we are actually going backwards. We're not making any improvements. Our income stays the same, our expenses are rising, and our residents are falling further and further behind. And Madam Speaker, this budget of ours reminded me yesterday of a parable in the Bible. And in that parable, there was a beautiful building, but that building had no foundation. And when the storms came and the rain came, this building cracked and it was demolished. And the same happens to our budget as well. We've got a beautiful budget, but this budget is made up on 4 pillars. And if those pillars are not there anymore, we're not going to achieve our budget. And the first one is our collection rate. Based on 86%, if we don't achieve that,
14 seconds, Councillor.
we're not going to reach our budget. The second one is effective administration. Our service delivery standards are far below par. The third one, we must get the basic right.
Councillor Harris, ACDP.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, Councillor Ransel will speak on my behalf. Thank you.
Can you repeat?
Councillor Ralston will speak on my behalf with your permission.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, it is very concerning regarding the manner in which the City of Johannesburg secures its funding. It receives its funds through debt instead of making a concerted effort to collect the outstanding rates owed to it. The knock-on effect of this debt accumulation will only adversely affect the quality of life of future generations of the residents of Johannesburg. The city I urge the city to relook at its funding model for the sake of our future generations to come and for the general well-being of the residents of Johannesburg. A further concern is the Central Park development in Albertsville and the building of 5,000 units. No funding has been allocated for this project. The rental units administered by the city are in a deplorable state, and yet insufficient funding has been made available to improve the condition of these units, as well as the old age home units, which are also in a similar dilapidated state. Again, insufficient funds have been made available to improve the condition of these units. The ACDP does not support this speech. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abdul, UIM.
I hear boo. All I know, boo, is the sound of a cow. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and my fellow councillors and public servants. So this afternoon, it is my privilege to do the speech at long last after being absolutely disrespected by fellow councillors who does not see it fit or deem it right to be in council when it is necessary. I would like to also acknowledge and greet my fellow colleagues from the United Independent Movement, my leaders from Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and Orange Farm. Yes, Orange Farm. And I'd like to also do a special mentioning of my media liaison in the UIM, Mrs. Virginia Young, who is celebrating her birthday today in this building. I would like to acknowledge MMC Morero for the beautiful, humble entrance, which is contrary to what happened last year, which was a pompous, unnecessary, huge entrance, but saying absolutely nothing. This year, sir, you have done well. The entrance was beautiful. The humility that it was done in was fantastic. And also the fact that our flag was acknowledged. May this flag for always unite us, and may we always remember that we are actually one nation that is diverse. The music and everything else brought a beautiful atmosphere in this building. The fact that sign language was also used was also accommodating of our fellow citizens. I would like to admonish and really encourage everyone to also acknowledge the language of the First Nation people, which is the Ku language. May that be the 13th language. Thank you. I appreciate the promptness of our speaker. It is such a pity that the discipline has not filtered down. I observe the fact that this council has stopped becoming a feeding scheme in the mornings. However, I would like to ask, as Councillor Boer had mentioned, what is happening to our admin building? Why are we not utilizing that building? Why are there extra costs being incurred with tents and catering and all sorts? Now, for the budget. Once again, there are certain groups of people that is being left behind, even though we are saying we are not leaving anyone behind. There's areas in places like Eldorado Park, Lapland, the stench, the filth that our people are living in. I am surprised that the councillors that are there says absolutely nothing where that is concerned. Kliptown, same thing. It is called a heritage site, and because of that reason, for some reason, it is not necessary to clean up the place and make the human beings, the citizens of South Africa, live like human beings. Snake Park, Soweto, same thing. Zombie Town, Riverlea, same thing. Those people have been forgotten. Local government cannot do much in terms of unemployment, I understand, but it is time we start taking hands with private sector. The city has become a place where if you become a victim of smash and grab, your SAPS member asks you what it is that he should do. I would like to say the following. In an ideal world, I would have loved every councillor in this building to come with one guest, and that one guest must represent the community where you are serving, so that that person can see exactly what is happening in this building and the type of leaders that they have chosen, because they have put their trust in you to serve them. And sometimes I really wonder, who are we serving? 2 days ago, I saw 4 boys wearing 4 different types of t-shirts. I will tell the story over and over again. A red t-shirt representing the EFF, yellow t-shirt ANC, green t-shirt Action SA, and a blue t-shirt DA. And I asked them, what is going on here? And they said, ma'am, we don't have clothes. Now I'm saying that for you to remember that the people that we are representing don't have what we have. Can we start serving? In the name of Jesus, can we start serving? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Machete from the APC. Can
Madam
we
Speaker.
respect the speakers when they come on? Councillor from the Action SA, please. Yeah, you're looking at me. Thank you. Councillor Machete?
Madam Speaker, allow me to go through to the point. APC full support the budget table by the City of Johannesburg. We believe that reflects our commitment to inclusive and reflect our community. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. And equitable development, ensuring that needs for all our residents are met. Together, let us work towards building a city that truly serves the interest of people. I thank you. We support the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Machete.
Our leadership, right speech.
Can Councillor Magwenchu, MMC Magwenchu from the ATM.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the Chief Whip. Greetings to all the servants of the people in the House. Madam Speaker, MMC Mororo's budget speech yesterday summarizes what the ATM believes in: building a better tomorrow for the benefit of all citizens. Appropriately titled, an inclusive budget that leaves no one behind. The ATM believes in the development of the city for the betterment of the lives of everyone. Resources of the city should always be deployed for the purpose of benefiting all residents of Johannesburg. There could be no better budget allocation than the one that speaks about inclusivity, making sure that no one is left behind. The budget speaks to the values that ATM upholds, such as Ubuntu and peace. The ATM believes that the city's budget should benefit the people. Every citizen in Johannesburg should see visible expenditure dedicated to improving their lives. Madam Speaker, we noted the following in yesterday's budget, among many other progressive and developmental aspects of the budget. The ATM welcomes the massive budget allocated to city power and various strategies to reduce reliance on ESCOM to end load shedding in the city. The ATM is positive and excited about the budget allocation for community development under the social development cluster. The 1.4 billion operating budget for community development will ensure that crucial educational programs are rolled out to all communities, especially those deprived communities. From Orange Farm to Deep Sloot, we hope our communities will be uplifted. Madam Speaker, the ATM also welcomes the 25 million rands which has been allocated for the upgrade of the Johannesburg City Library. This means that we will now be in a position to work towards reopening the library to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. This speaks directly to the ATM's priority of putting focus on education by ensuring that all our communities have access to well-equipped libraries and resources. There can be no peace, MMC Morero, without ensuring that communities in Johannesburg experience safety. And we believe we could have done more. We, however, welcome the budget allocation to public safety to ensure that there is law enforcement, especially in the inner city. Reclaiming hijacked buildings back to the city, guarding city property and making sure we have enough boots on the streets will ensure we leave no room for criminals and eventually restore peace in the city. We need to bring peace to the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, the ATM is in full support of this budget and will monitor the implementation of programs to ensure people of Johannesburg benefit and improve their lives. Thank you.
MMC Magwenchu, thank you. Councillor Mhlongo from the AIC.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon to you. Madam Speaker, let me just start by quoting what the MMC opened up his speech yesterday when he delivered his budget speech. He said, open quote, "The dove or ijuba ngesizulu is an international symbol for peace. As we reflect on the 30 years and the transitional process to South Africa's democracy, we must remember that the process of negotiations to create a democratic South Africa, as democratic society, was not easy." Good afternoon to you, Speaker, the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda, the members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79 Committee, fellow councillors, residents of the city in the gallery, Provincial Secretary of the AIC in Gauteng, Mr. Mapengu. Madam Speaker, the African Independent Congress welcomes the 2024-2025 budget delivered by the MMC for Finance Councillor Tata Morero. The budget speech of the City of Johannesburg is a momentous occasion that sets the course for our city's progress and development in the coming year. The African Independent Congress is particularly delighted to note that the significant allocations made in this budget, reflecting the city's commitment to ensuring the safety, prosperity, and sustainability of our beloved Johannesburg. With 83.1 billion allocated, we are poised to address the diverse needs of our dynamic and growing city. This budget is not merely a financial plan, it is a statement of our values and priorities. It is a blueprint for building a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous Johannesburg. First and foremost, the allocation of 6.1 billion to the Department of Public Safety is a clear indication of our commitment as GLU to the safety and security of our residents. This investment will bolster our efforts to combat crime, ensure law enforcement, and promote a safer environment for all who call Johannesburg home. This funding will enhance emergency response services and invest in initiatives aimed at preventing crime and safeguarding our neighborhood. Furthermore, the 1.2 billion allocated to Transport Department is a crucial step towards enhancing our city's transportation infrastructure. This funding will enable us to improve public transport services, enhance road networks, and ultimately contribute to smoother, more efficient mobility for our citizens. Improving mobility and accessibility across Johannesburg is not just about building roads and transit systems. It's about building a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable city for all its residents. By investing in transportation infrastructure and services, we can unlock the full potential of our city, creating opportunities for growth, prosperity, and well-being. Equally significant is the operational budget allocated to the Department of Environment and Infrastructure, focusing on vital areas as air quality, climate change, and energy. As we face the challenges of climate change, this allocation will enable us to take proactive measures to protect our environment and promote sustainable practices for the benefit of future generations. Additionally, the allocation of 1.4 billion to the Department of Community Services Development underscores our commitment to servicing the diverse needs of our communities. This funding will support initiatives aimed at improving the equality of life, fostering social cohesion and empowering individuals and families across Johannesburg. The AIC also commends the allocation of 7.6 billion to the economic growth cluster, representing a 2.9% increase from the previous financial year. Economic growth is the backbone of our city, and this investment will drive innovation, create job opportunities, and stimulate prosperity for all our residents. Again, Madam Speaker, before I close, when the MMC for Finance delivered his speech yesterday, he reminded all South Africans where we're coming from in a form of a song that he played for all of us.
34 seconds.
Those that bent the South African flag, they buried their heads under the tables that they are sitting in front of when this song was played, because they know that theirs is not for only uniting the South Africans, but to divide South Africans along the racial lines. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I invite all of them, even those that I've mentioned that they buried their heads, to come to our manifesto launch on Saturday, the 18th, in the Jamestown Stadium.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Simonse. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Simonsa. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Joburg 9, and all councillors in the House. When I sat to prepare the speech, I found it very hard to put it in words or even to put pen to paper. I was filled with anger. As the PA, we are the ones who essentially brought back the GLU to life, and today it is clear that we have been taken for granted. At no point even have any input.
Not you, Councillor. I'm asking, can we listen to councillors?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At no point did we even have any input in this budget, and we had to hear about it from the MMC of Finance and the plans for it, as we sat here yesterday and heard that the budget for the first time, along with everybody else. In the whole budget, the ward governed by the PA has not received any allocation. There is little to nothing as the areas such as Inedal, Eldorado Park, Losprate, Westbury, Meriting, Finetown has been marginalized all along. These communities has not received anything. The Kliptown referred to in this budget is situated in Region D, while the other parts of Region G remains neglected. The mentions of schools rebuilt in these areas are a provincial mandate, but I can only assume that it was included here to make us supposedly feel better. Our sports and health facilities continues to degrade due to no maintenance. We joined the government because we believed it had a very real potential to bring service delivery, change and transformation, and hopefully a way forward for our people who has been taken for granted for decades. We thought we would make a place for them at the table. It was very difficult to remain in the DA government because they were decampaigning us while we were supposed to be governing with them. Perhaps we should not be surprised that it is now become worse under the ANC and the finance of MMC. It was bad enough when the MMC started cutting funds to the PA-led portfolios. When he cut funding to the roads and transport, we noted it, we soldiered on, we made a plan. When he insisted that Human Settlements entity Joshko should not allow to do work it had been doing for years under the ANC government, we noted it, we soldiered on, we made a plan. But now the entire budget is making a mockery of the entire city. We cannot note it and soldier on. We cannot make a plan and we cannot vote for it. We call for the people of Johannesburg to vote correctly, PA on the 29th of May, Kenzie, so that we can further defy the arrogance of the ANC. Let us vote out of power those who would not vote to keep us on our knees. We will always fight for our people. We will always choose to die on our feet than to live on our knees. Ons baizani, salute. Abahambe.
Thank you, Councillor Simase. Councillor Belinda Esonchoko. I hope I've pronounced it right. Councillor Belinda. Councillors. Councillors at the back. We've asked that we listen to councillors when they speak. Councillor
Thank you.
Belinda, it's your time.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, please try and make an effort to pronounce my surname correctly. It's respect. Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, fellow councillors, most importantly, the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, yesterday we listened to the MMC of Finance, Councillor Dada Morero, tell us lots of smoke and mirrors to hide behind the fact that he has nothing new to offer to the residents of Johannesburg. It was clear from the MMC's speech, the budget that was tabled, that this is not a people's budget, but an election budget to ensure that the ANC make more empty promises close to elections to divert attention from what the ANC have failed to do for the past 30 years. Madam Speaker, the MMC tells us about aging infrastructure. MMC, we agree with you, but you failed to mention, through you, Madam Speaker, that the ANC has governed the city for almost 30 years and have failed to maintain and budget adequately for the aging infrastructure you were mentioning yesterday, MMC. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, we are all aware that the city rely on revenue generated from trading services as a primary source of revenue. Therefore, the city also has an obligation to ensure that the residents get adequate services for what they pay for. I'm afraid, Madam Speaker, residents are being shortchanged, especially our forgotten ratepayers who fund the bulk of this budget. Madam Speaker, this administration is not transparent, starting with City Power. The Section 79 committee had asked City Power whether they owe Eskom. They vehemently denied this. Now Eskom is dragging City Power to court. Once again, Johannesburg residents are paying for this litigation. Surely that money could have been used to pay Eskom and make arrangements like I did. Residents of Johannesburg had been battling with power outages for some up to 12 days, with councillors having to go to depots to get the lights switched on. And this administration, Madam Speaker, went to IDP sessions telling residents of an 8% increase. Now residents will be paying 12.7% more, Madam Speaker. This budget is shortchanging our residents. Madam Speaker, last year the MMC allocated 145 million to City Power, CAPEX projects as part of the energy efficiency rooftop PVC solar network to be spent on about 700 JPC properties. Where did the money go, MMC? How much was spent and on which properties are they? The city must account to the residents. Madam Speaker, residents in the south of Johannesburg, West Dean, Westbury, Coronation, Crosby, and some parts of Region E, even today, are battling with dry taps and intermittent water outages for months. And now they will be paying 7.7% more for water. Madam Speaker, 27 billion for water infrastructure will not solve the problem. The MMC keeps saying we cannot do it alone, and all the options only include government intervention. MMC, there are millions worth of developments on hold because Joburg Water's inability to positively comment. No water. Why not partner with the private sector to build some of these water towers? Madam Speaker, MMC Morero boasts about having the lowest increase in sanitation, but what he's not saying is that the billing is per unit. Residents will be paying double charge, likely, which could easily be remedied if sewage charge is per usage and not per stand, which might even put the city in a better position. It is time to think out of the box, MMC. Madam Speaker, once again, the city of Johannesburg is allocating a 3-year capital budget of 157 million, which include 42 million for IOC. Highly insufficient, Madam Speaker, considering the lack of bylaw enforcement across the city. Buildings are on fire, Madam Speaker. Fire agents is not a nice to have, but a necessity. Fire engines have
Councillor
generators based on
Belinda.
oversights done.
Councillor Belinda, please take your seat. Councillor, is it Nkumbi?
Yeah. Speaker, is it proper for a person that is owing the city to speak about the budget? The same councillor that is speaking there is
Councillor
owing this
Nonkumbi,
city.
no, you
so
are
he
now
he
out-
can't speak up.
Councillor Belinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you that I am a paying customer in the city and have my necessary
Councillor
arrangements.
Belinda, can you continue with your speech?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Fire stations have generators based on the oversights done by the Public Safety Section 79 Committee, Madam
Belinda?
Speaker.
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know, Madam Speaker. Please, so is the leader of the TA admitting that she's defaulting when she says she's making arrangement? So it means
No,
she was not
Councillor,
paying,
no,
Madam Speaker.
Councillor,
So it's
no. Councillor Belinda, you are protected. You can carry on with your speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would advise councillors to please speak to the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, to find out if I owe the city. One can see from the bloated employee-related costs that clearly the irregular VIP protection policy passed in council had been accommodated at the expense of Joburg residents as usual. Madam Speaker, the MMC told us yet again 5,000 cameras, MMC. The budget is allocated once again for the 5,000 cameras, same as last year. How many is allocated per region? Where are those cameras, MMC? Madam Speaker, the MMC said nothing about budget allocated to infrastructure protection, despite the mayor mentioning this, which we really welcome. How many of those cameras have been allocated around City Power and Joburg water infrastructure, Madam Speaker? This could have prevented the Braamfontein vandalism 2 weeks ago. The city clearly has no plan to protect our infrastructure. Madam Speaker, this administration must really stop using the poor and the vulnerable for election campaigning and make same promises every year. In human settlements, Madam Speaker, 3.4 allocated. This administration promised the vulnerable about 5,000 units, but this department failed to spend its budget every year, resulting in the city having to give grant back to Treasury, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in health and social development, nothing new. This is a copy and paste from the previous budget. The ANC must stop using the vulnerable for election campaigns. Budget has been allocated for Zandspread over years. Instead, but the clinic has never been built. Illegal invasions are growing and nothing is done to stop it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Joburg Property Company has failed the city of Joburg, and once again the city is allocating an operational budget of 1 billion rand. Has an audit been done on the income generated by the approximately 28,000 properties owned by the city? What money is generated currently and where does the money go, Madam Speaker? Do we even know the current market value of the city's property portfolio? Madam Speaker, I'm coming to transport. The transport budget is grossly insufficient, Madam Speaker, with 2.2 billion over 3 years. Roads and bridges are generally built to last up to 30 to 50 years. However, the lack of maintenance and adequate budgeting for infrastructure like roads will cost the city dearly. Madam Speaker, residents of Joburg are tired of driving on pothole-ridden roads while funds are returned to Treasury. Madam Speaker, MMC, to deal with the crisis, you need at least 1 billion rand a year for repairs and maintenance of our roads. The lack of interdepartmental consultation seems very clear from this allocation alone. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, there is nothing new coming out of the city. Seems like the usual cut and paste and just changing the project codes and numbers. What would be good, Madam Speaker, is if the city give those businesses some incentive for the downtime during outages when spending double the money on generators than their monthly electricity bill. Some sort of relief for property owners who have solar panels and possibly easing the pressure of the grid and work with independent power producers to buy back electricity savings. The DA's infrastructure master plan will ensure that infrastructure is protected, and it will make it easier for residents to do boreholes as well. Not so much red tape. Ring fence a portion of the development contribution, Madam Speaker, MMC, for the area where the development is taking place to assist with the infrastructure backlog and the infrastructure upgrade to accommodate new development. Madam Speaker, the DA is ready to rescue South Africa and Gauteng on the 29th of May. I encourage all residents, we are ready. Vote Democratic Alliance on the 29th of May. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Don't ban our flag.
Thank you, Councillor.
We don't want apartheid anymore.
Councillor T. Ahmed from Al Jama.
T. Ahmed. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I would like to greet the Executive Mayor, the MMCs, the Chief Whip of Council. As Al Jama, we're supporting the budget. There's nothing more to be said. I think the budget is inclusive. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Nkonko from the PAC. Can I ask that councillors, please, there is so much movement. There is so much movement. Councillor Belinda, no one has spoken. Councillor Nkonko, just 2 seconds. I'm not sure what the point of order is.
No, it's just permission to speak, Madam Speaker. If you can just give us a minute because we are leaving now. Thank you so much.
Can you move swiftly, please? Because we also want people to
ban
speak.
more flags.
Don't burn our flags, please.
Swiftly, please.
Please ban Nkoko, not the flags.
Councillor Santana and Councillor Kam, your colleagues are out. Councillors, after that move, Councillor Mhlongo and Councillor Brenda. Councillor Mhlongo and Councillor Brenda. Can we, Councillor and coaches, bear with us? Can we just check whether we correct? We are going to be counted. Thank you. Councillors, can we please remain seated whilst we are being counted? Can we be seated? Councillor Rapadu, where's your friend in crime next to your councillor in crime? Next to you. Can the whip please be seated? They are asking where must they count you? It's not me.
Councillor Maila, you're going to be fired. Madam Zille is going to deal with you.
Can we settle down? 116. Can we be seated so that we can also give Councillor Nkonko his opportunity, his bite at speaking? We are 170 councillors in the House. Thank you. Councillor Nkonko? MMC Finance. Just hold on, just hold on. Councillor Mogape and Councillor, wow. Okay, Councillor Nkonko, you can continue.
Margaret Arnolds, Kidumilise Ratoropo, Kabel Kwamanda, Kidumilise Whip of the Council. I think Madam Speaker, Whip of the Council, not Chief Whip. Mafrika Zungu, Mayoral Committee, Chairpersons, and all indigenous councillors in the House, African councillors in the House, and our indigenous African residents of the city of Johannesburg, and all Africans in our country, Azania, all Africans in the continent, and all Africans in diaspora and abroad. Israeli too. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind Africans who we are and where we come from. We are colonized, enslaved, exploited, land dispossessed by a nation, a European nation.
On my right, sorry, Councillor Nkonko, on my right-hand side, there's a lot of movement at the back. Straight where on my left, straight where I am. Thank you. No, at the back, they know who they are, and they're looking more to the back. Thank you, councillors.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. By a European nation, as a nation, Africans. Madam Speaker, when we talk about Africans, people must understand, we talk about a nation. A nation consists of different tribes. Just like Europeans, they got whatever, Scottish, Wales, you know, you go to India, they got different tribes. Actually, in India, they got more tribes than us, and Chinese than us as Africans. So when we're talking about a nation, we're talking about African, indigenous, Africa. And there's no need to ask, because their DNA, I mean, their identity is there. The hair, the color of the skin, the shape of the nose. So it doesn't need any explanation. That's an ID on its own. You know? So it's important that when we talk about the Khoisan are also Africans, indigenous African. They don't have Asian DNA. They don't have European DNA, but African DNA. And all Africans, they have that DNA, Africans. So when I talk about Africans, they also included, and they were part of the struggle. And our struggle was what? We are fighting for the land. The land must be repossessed and equitable redistribution of its wealth. So we need to be very clear. And also to remind them, when we're talking, so that to remind them that when we talk, we have to avoid to be victim of the European divide and rule, which started in 1884, 1885, Berlin Conference. So if you understand Berlin Conference of 1884, 1885, you won't be confused. You will understand that this continent was one country, and we're moving freely up and down. South, north, west, east, middle, everywhere in the continent is our land. And we are one people. We go anywhere. And we don't need anyone's permission. I don't need any pampirinya namole by with ID. This is my ID. You must look at me. I'm an African. And our brothers that are here, the very same Europeans, are them causing the problems in Africa as they are here. So when you address the problem of African, you address all the problem.
Can you hold on? There's a hand at the back and I can't see the name. Apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if there's any information that you'd like to
Councillor,
seek
I didn't
a biological,
recognize you.
But you said,
Councillor, I recognize the councillor over here.
which one?
His hand was up. The councillor over your hand was up. Yes, I recognized him.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The previous speaker is confusing us here. I don't understand actually if he's talking about the budget or the speech, it's biology.
No, councillor. We said budget and state of the city, you respond in your way.
Speaker,
Councillor Nkonko?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we suffering from colonial mentality. That's why we have to be confused. Even myself, I used to be confused up until I started to mentally liberate myself. And this is my advice to you, a noble son of African soil. Active listening involving pay attention to what is being said, not being distracted by the sound around you. Critical listening involves problem solving. It is important to be objective, not to be influenced by your European settlers or your emotions. So you want to understand that. Yeah. So now, Madam Speaker, I've explained that. So because last week I was talking about when you want to address a problem, you must address the cause of the problem. Then you will be dealing with the problem. So, Madam Speaker, we accept the budget speech by Councillor Nkonne Morwarere Silomorero. But we welcome it in this way. And then this is the question that each and every African in the continent, everywhere, as long as we are African, you must ask yourself this question. Who owns the land in our country? Who owns the land in Africa? Who owns and control economy in our country? Who owns and control the means of production? Madam Speaker, as a liberator, I come from a liberation movement started in 1900.
Councillor, you have 59 seconds. I didn't say you should put down, but I said you have 59 seconds to speak. So
okay.
Now it has gone down to 55.
Okay.
Yes, more time. Must be given to Africa.
Yeah, okay, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Now I'm confused, where was I? But however, the struggle, as a liberator, I know exactly what we are fighting for. The economy, means of production, must be in the hands of indigenous people of Africa. By saying that, Madam Speaker, I want those Europeans there that are left here must listen. Anyway, they will catch it. I want them to listen very clearly.
Councillor, you have 3 seconds left
Okay,
now.
Madam Speaker. Okay. 3 seconds over, ne? Okay. It is really pity that the work of
Thank you, Councillor Nkonko. Councillor Raserute, Chair from the EFF.
Tobel. Lekai. Riting. Thank you very much, Speaker. As the economic freedom fighters, we can see that the budget is balanced, but there are some areas where we need to push some corners. They are not many, in fact. We thank the city for thinking for our people when it comes to tariff increase. I think we are the lowest metro in Gauteng when it comes to that. Gradually, we are becoming a socialist city. And we thank the MMC for that, because we've been preaching that issue of saying, let's not press our people too hard. We are recommending as the economic freedom fighters that should the issue of 864 million shortfall of the public safety department, if it can be addressed and addressed properly, we don't see any problem. We are going to accept everything which is on the budget, because it's kind of like balanced with those shortfalls. Speaker, I think as this government of GLU, so far so good, we are turning the corner. In fact, gradually. But what we need to do as this government, or as voting partners, we need to meet each other halfway when it comes to service delivery. Let's service the people of Johannesburg with no reservations. If a service delivery program needs different political parties, let those political parties unite and give our people service delivery. Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we are here for the people of the city of Johannesburg and nothing else. For as long as the government doesn't give service to our people, we are not going to form part of that government. For as long as the government can think for our people, especially our marginalized, we are always ready to give our vote to everything with regards to service delivery. Thank you very much, Speaker. We are accepting this, we are adopting this budget with those reservations, with those recommendations.
Just hold on, I'm stopping the clock. Councillors, nobody intimidated Councillor Ganto when he was speaking. No, not at all. We don't do that to each other. Councillor Raserute, can you continue?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. Don't worry, Speaker. I don't get intimidated easily. That is why even when they are doing what they are doing, I'm continuing. It's because no one can intimidate me. Even if they can go and get their friends from other municipalities and come here, they will never intimidate me. I don't get intimidated. But with those recommendations, Speaker, we are saying we are ready to adopt this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Raserute. MMC Masuku from the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very good afternoon to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda, the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79, leaders of political parties, fellow councillors, the City Manager, Mr. Floyd Warren Brink, and your administrative team, members of the media, distinguished guests, residents of the City of Johannesburg, good afternoon. As the ANC caucus, we welcome and support the budget presented yesterday by the MMC for Finance, Councillor Dada Morero, who presented us with an 83.1 billion budget. As we engage on the budget speech, allow me to bring in the words of wisdom from the prominent founding father of our nation, who said, "For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. I am fundamentally an optimist. Part of being optimistic is keeping one's head pointed towards the sun and one's feet moving forward. There were many dark moments when my faith in humility was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give myself up to despair, close quote. We are here to improve the lives of our people, and that is what drives us daily as the government of local unity, like Tata Nelson Mandela. Negative words will never dissuade us from giving our people better lives, all our people, not just a select few. Our heads are pointed towards the sun, and our feet are moving forward. It is up to you whether you want to move forward with us, but whether you are with us or not, we shall move forward because we are here to serve the residents of Johannesburg. Similarly, we will not despair when faced with a barrage of negative sentiments. We shall move forward. We welcome the budget speech. We appreciate that departments and entities have been allocated their fair share of the budget. And as per norm, not everybody will get what they want. It is the nature of living in a country, a province, and a city where resources are scarce, but everybody flocks in for better opportunities. The ground was laid down over a week ago when the executive mayor gave us the State of the City address, and forward we go with the whopping 83.1 billion as presented by MMC Morero. Madam Speaker, we wish, of course, that many can support this budget, but those who may not think it is important to put residents first will answer on the 29th of May. I doubt anyone who was listening and understands the budget speech can oppose these items, particularly because even National Treasury concluded that the budget assumptions are credible, the revenue estimates are realistic, that the IDP objectives align with the NDP and the provincial strategic plan and the city's growth and development strategy, which is our Vision 2024. I would like to indicate that ordinarily, people should be saying that we want to work with you, we support you if you include X, Y, and Z. But if you fold your arms and rather choose to speak and then walk out of a council meeting, it is an indication of how less seriously you take the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, moreover, as a side note, I must just say that recently, under the leadership of the government of local unities MMC for Finance, who is a deployee of the African National Congress and the chairperson of the African National Congress, the management of the finance within the city were given a thumbs up when the city received an A+, and receiving an unqualified audit opinion demonstrates fiscal responsibility, sound financial practices, and transparency. And we will continue to do so with the 24-25 budget as tabled yesterday. The GLU is committed to provision of services and rebuilding the city and bringing it back to its glory days. We are committed to this, and we shall move forward with those who want to move forward with us. Madam Speaker, allow me to pick up where the MMC for Finance left off. And I want to speak to the legacy of apartheid. And through you, Madam Speaker, I do hope Councillor Boer is listening. Those who have closed their ears and eyes to the reality of this country must be reminded that we have had around 350 years of oppression and deprivation by the colonialist and apartheid architects. And the legitimate government has only been running this country for 30 years. And many of us here, we know the truth about how long it takes for you to deal with any injustice in any country. 30 years ago, as per MMC Finance said, 30 years ago, only 30% of the population had access to electricity. And now, 94.7% of the population are electrified. Thank you, ANC. In 2024, Stats SA, when they spoke on the city of Joburg in the previous IDPs, when our figures were close to 6 million, we had only at the time of before 1994, 13% of the population had access to electricity. Now, in Johannesburg in particular, 90% of our people have got access. Water Yes, our water system is stretched, it's compromised. Why? Because more people now have access to it and they need it. But ordinarily they wouldn't have had that opportunity to have piped water. And of course, MMC Finance spoke about these figures yesterday. When the legitimate government took over 30 years ago, it did not only have to provide services, it had to make sure that services were provided to everybody. And I want to quote, in line with what the former President Deputy President Thabo Mbeki said when he came in, who later became the state president. He said he found nothing on his first day at work because there was not a single document. I quote, "When the ANC government took over in 1994, I found nothing in the office. The National Party shredded everything. When I came in as Deputy President of South Africa in 1994, I found an empty office with small old chairs and desk. Not a single paper. It meant that there was no precedent. We, as the ANC, built the country from scratch. We set up all the institutions you see in our country. We set precedent as we built." This quotation sums up the journey that this country had to take to be where we are today. It tells you of the defeated oppressors who wanted to ensure that nothing ever works. It is not far-fetched to believe that when the country faces challenges, many of the beneficiaries of apartheid and their lackeys celebrate. They wish for the collapse of our government, but rest assured, we shall overcome all the doomsayers. Madam Speaker, if I were to go to the benches on the other side, empty or full, and ask them about the legacy of apartheid, many of them would be denialists. But it's okay to deny something that you are also a victim of. Because one day, you will have to take responsibility to your children and great-grandchildren when the history of this country is told properly. Because the people of Soweto, Alex Orange Farm, El Dorado Park, and Lenasia still suffer because of spatial planning challenges that were meant to keep other races away from the place of work. But we've got capable MMCs, like MMC Eunice Mgcina, who's working hard to steer the ship in the Department of Development and Planning. We would not, if it was not for apartheid, we would not have had to start building millions of houses for our people. We would not have had to create jobs and the skewed economy that existed. We would not have had to assist everybody to get an education and make sure we all attend well-resourced schools equally. You know, the legacy of apartheid is so painful that some of us who are in denial, I listened to the debate on the state of the city. In the same DA caucus, you had Councillor Mpifo, who acceded that apartheid was bad. But the DA leader, Councillor Echenjo Zoku, denied in the chamber the lived legacy of apartheid and its lasting damage. It tells you of the different schools of thought. And it tells you that the DA cannot rescue South Africa, who is a leader of that caliber. The Democratic Alliance cannot rescue South Africa because they don't even support the National Health Insurance Bill. They take everything to court. They run municipalities who don't agree with them where they are not in charge through the courts. Every decision taken in the city of Johannesburg Council, they take to court because they want to legitimize their existence through courts. The Democratic Alliance also takes everything to court.
MMC, just hold on. Can we please stop what we're doing? I will repeat, no one interjected when Councillor Gancho was on the podium. Thank you, MMC.
The same leader of the Democratic Alliance, it's a pity she's not here, but I hope she's listening. Thank you again, MMC Mgcina, for the press statement you issued calling the DA leader out on the things that she was saying and threatening our officials. People's meters must be read, people's buildings must be inspected, and if you build illegally, you must be brought to book. Thank you, MMC, for your leadership, and the DA leader must account to the residents of Johannesburg. The DA cannot rescue anything, particularly because it is the same Democratic Alliance with Action SA who, when they had MMCs Echonjojoku, Mpundu, and Funzile Ngobeni, who is a premier wannabe candidate, they were driven in blue lights in the city of Johannesburg, and they did not.
Just hold on. Councillors, there's no point of order whilst we are responding to a speech. We agreed in this house, all of us, there's no point of order. We agreed. No, we agreed, councillors. MMC, continue.
I repeat, Madam Speaker, the same DA leader and Action SA wannabe premier of Gauteng, which will never happen, Mr. Funzi Ngobeni, and the erstwhile embattled Mr. Whiskey, former MMC of the Action SA party, were driven in blue lights. The government of local unity came in to
Councillors, please, please.
The government of local unity came in to make sure we put a policy in place so that everything is regularized and MMCs are vetted and receive it. But Bona, they did everything irregularly. They were fine with illegality. Residents of Johannesburg, you can't be led by people who claim good governance but don't practice it. The DA cannot rescue Tshwane. The municipality is on autopilot, bankrupt. If it was a human being, we would say that it is breathing through the wound and needs to be taken to the emergency room for an operation to be rescued. In simple terms, the MEC and the minister need to intervene and rescue residents of Tshwane from the DA. The DA couldn't rescue George. The death toll in George keeps rising, and the national government has had to come in. And we pass our condolences to the families and the people of George, but the DA is failing to account, and all the people who are actually still unaccounted for, the DA has not even gone to visit their families. We wish Premier Panyaza was there as a premier, because as a caring premier, he would have visited those families. The DA cannot rescue Gauteng with a premier candidate who mumbles his way in debates and conversations. The DA premier wannabe candidate, Solim Simang, could not even handle a mere debate on television. He needed napkins to be rescued because the premier mopped the floor with him. Like a crybaby, the man of action dealt with him. There is no opposition politician who has confronted the challenges of unemployment. Just today, our executive mayor was invited to the NASSPAN program to deal with issues of unemployment. Just recently, Amapanya were launched. Today, panic buttons were increased. Drone programs were added by the ANC government in Gauteng. There is no opposition politician who can claim anything. Thank you, MMC Finance, for making sure that the money continues to be added so that City Power, Eskom, and of course MMC Squaila's department can continue with the Siya Khanyisa Gauteng in our communities and the Siya Transformer program of transformers together with Eskom. There is no opposition politician who can say that the ANC is not capable of leading, because I told you earlier, we have been given an A+ credit rating under the stewardship of an ANC MMC in government. Before I sit down, Madam Speaker, the DA is the worst party to speak about any rescue. They had the audacity to burn the flag of our country and to rub it in. They provided reasons that were idiotic. It is underhand and all over. It is unheard of and in all countries that you burn your own flag as a citizen of that country. Because you believe in that country, you sing the national anthem, you recognize the national symbols. I think it is the Swart Gevaar and Rooi Gevaar scarecrow tactics that were employed by the apartheid regime, and they are rearing their heads in the campaign of the DA. Many of us are not surprised. And if you can ask, in the days of apartheid, was the apartheid flag ever burnt? And the answer would be no. It is precisely because they don't believe in nation building, but they believe in dividing the nation. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the MMC for Finance because through demonstrating that we're a caring employer, we entered into a 3-year agreement with labor, organized labor on the PFA, which 4.8 million was paid this financial year. The MMC for Finance announced yesterday that the PFA allocation for 24-25 financial year is 701 million. We will continue to pay employees during the 25-26 year in line with the allocated budget of 961 million. This will bring the budget of the PFA, which is the politically facilitated agreement, to a whopping 280 billion. Thank you, MMC for Finance. We are fully aware of the work that the PFA task team and the steering committee, both with representation from organized labor and management in regard to the benchmarking processes and the key common salary scales. We firmly believe that once the work has been finally completed, documents approved and costs established, there will be further engagement and negotiation to identify other sources of funding to provide for this commitment. The reason why we are specifically thanking you, MMC, that over these years we will ultimately be able to work on the millions of money that you've allocated, and in total, the 280 billion, which will over the 3 years be, is because we take labor very seriously. We respect our employees. We understand that our employees are our most valuable resources, and we can't provide service delivery without any form of agreement with our employees. Speaker, as I sit down, I want to ask and remind everybody on the 29th of May, because that is the day of beckoning. President Cyril Ramaphosa will cast his vote as the state president. He will cast his vote, and all of us as citizens, we will also cast our vote. But we will also cast our votes because we will be defending the gains of democracy. We will cast our votes to make sure that no more shall a black child be a subhuman. President Cyril Ramaphosa will lead us, and we will make sure that, as per MMC for Finance State, he will lead us to the union buildings again for another 5 years, and he will leave no one behind. We would like to call on our people to go out in numbers and make sure that they put their crosses in the right place. We cannot afford to go back to an era where the few and the minority were in charge. Let the citizens of South Africa, the majority, speak and say, first ballot, vote ANC. Second ballot, vote ANC. Third ballot, vote ANC. Viva ANC, viva! Viva! Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor
Only
Masuku.
for mouth
MMC
one.
Masuku. Thank you, thank you.
Only Action SA can fix South Africa.
Councillors. IT, can you deal with the mic?
Councillors, we proceed now with item 3.1, which is then responses by the MMC Finance.
MMC of Finance, can you take the podium?
Eh, angilithandi lelo gama. Madam Speaker, greetings to the Speaker of Council and greetings to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Kwamanda, and greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, and greetings to members of the mayoral committee and to all councillors who are here today. Madam Speaker, the important issues that one needs to note that in putting together this budget, we're of course mindful of the need to strengthen the finances of the city. We have worked closely with National Treasury, and in working with National Treasury was to ensure that the budget that will be tabling is a funded budget, first and foremost. And National Treasury would have went through a process of assessing to make sure that indeed the assumptions that are in the budget are funded assumptions. And they would have went through a process of interrogating not only the budget, but including the governance structures of the city of Johannesburg, assessing of the institutions of the city of Johannesburg to confirm that indeed this is a funded budget and whether we'll have the capacity to fund it through our assumptions that we would have made. We can therefore say where we are as finance and as the executive and the city of Johannesburg, that the budget assumptions are credible and revenue estimates are realistic. And you'd see that we have projected what is it that will come from electricity, what will come from the rates and taxes, and what the revenue that will come from the sales of water. We also looked into the grants that we're expecting. So we are certain that indeed the assumptions were correct, including, of course, the loans that we will be raising. We have been assessed against our ability to finance and repay those loans. Now, on the argument of the tariffs, it is important to note that the tariffs to us has been more of what they call a pass-through, especially on our bulk, from our bulk suppliers. As you know, that NERSA would have went through a process with ESCOM to increase or decide on the increase of tariffs. All what we did was to pass it on as a result of us not having enough resources to probably cushion with those increases. But history will tell you we have always passed the cost. Now, it is also important to note that the operational and capital budget is multi-year and reflective of a long-term planning. So you'll see we plan on a 3-year cycle, long-term, to ensure that we can plan long-term as the city of Johannesburg. But we have also outlined that we are entering a period in which we are creating partnerships over and above the other spheres of government. We are also creating partnerships with private sector. We are creating partnerships with institutions of government. We are also creating partnerships with international organizations with a view of helping us to attend to infrastructure challenges. You'd know that we are very far in terms of our agreements with the World Resource Institute around assisting us, one, on matters of climate change, two, on matters of infrastructure. And these are the institutions that have committed that they will be helping municipalities in South Africa, and we are one of the 5 municipalities that were selected by these institutions. We are also creating partnership with GTEC to try and address infrastructure in Johannesburg. So GTEC is one institution of government that we think it will be able to assist us to inject some capital in helping us to address long-term the infrastructure of Johannesburg. Yes, we have always admitted and accepted that indeed the infrastructure in Johannesburg requires refurbishment. No one has denied that truth, because it's the truth, and therefore it requires us to start raising capital. It is also the truth that over a period of time, our maintenance budget has been lower than the national norm, and that is what to ensure that we can be at that level in terms of our maintenance budget. And also alive to the need to address the current levels of non-revenue water and sinking fund in response to Councillor Boer. I think it was Councillor Boer. And the city continues to make contributions each year towards the future redemptions of our borrowings. Now, I think, Madam Speaker, I also need to try and deal with the fact that the budget process in itself, it's a product of what departments would have produced. And finance only interrogates and allocates finances. It's very critical that we say that. Now, I hear that Councillor Abdul have been concerned in her speech about the work that we're not doing much in areas like Eldos and River Lee. And I think we've noted some of the concerns that we have raised. But there are business plans that would have been submitted, and some of the projects will be or are contained in the departmental business plans. They might not have been announced in the budget speech, but some projects you'll be able to see within their business plans of departments. But over and above, in Region G, there's also projects that were made, even announced clearly, around Lenasia. Which in Eldos alone, there's one project that is a city power project.
Councillor MMC, Councillor Sisirinyane. Oh, he's left. Okay, thank you.
In El Dorado Park, City Power has a project around the Eldos Power Station. In Lenasia, the Loftus substation upgrades, trade route switching station in Lenasia. So these are about some of the projects that have been done in the Region G. And over and above Region G, as you know, we have quantified it as a an area of a deprived area, deprivation area, and we've made sure that we focus some of the projects in Region G to try and increase the quality of life of our people. Speaker, there were issues raised in terms of, by Councillor Ganchu, in terms of insourcing and hijacking of buildings, which I think there are critical issues that requires council to find ways and resources to deal with this thing. The matter of insourcing, where we are, we had insourced just over 4,000, if not 3,000, cleaners and security guards in the year 2017, 2016, 2017, and in 2019, we had to adjust the budget and went through a budget adjustment to bring in an additional 700 million, which was meant in itself to address the insourcing program, which at that point we thought it is almost completed. But we have been told, and the mayor has had memorandums that he had received of those that says they have not been incorporated into the insourcing. So as such, it means it requires a final report of what investigations has been done. But there's been a total of 700 million additional budget which was put in the insourcing project in 2019. It is also important to note that our employee cost needs to be managed and looked at properly so that we don't find ourselves no longer having money for projects, just having money for salaries. Hijacked buildings, I think there's work that is continuously being done. At current, we had also received about 6 judgments, if not 8, through group legal, 6, which also speaks to the hijacked buildings in the inner city, and action has therefore been taken to address that. We have also put aside money in as far as demolition of buildings that are bad and hijacked in the inner city, and we think that budget will help us to deal with this thing, which is allocated in development planning. We all agree that this work, it's work that all of us must find ways to help us deal with this thing of hijacked buildings. Where there are weaknesses in terms of termination notices, Councillor Gancho, I think customers and of course political parties should direct us to say in this particular area there's been problems in terms of notices to terminate services. In fact, we have to implement credit control at all times to ensure that the city's debt or the debt book does not increase to the levels that it will get out of control. So that is why we must implement credit control measures in all our areas for all our customers. Now, Councillor Belinda has actually left. I would have loved to deal with the issue of ESCOM in her presence. The issue of ESCOM, it's in 2 ways, and it's important to explain. ESCOM argued that we owe them, we are owing them a billion rands. And we have admitted in the city that we have not paid the invoice, because the invoice is only due in this month. So this invoice they're talking about is the invoice for the last week of April, and there's 2 weeks in May. So you'll understand that we pay ESCOM almost in 14 days of the invoice. I'm trying to simplify it. It's not like your municipal bill you must pay on the 29th. No, now we have a cycle of payment. Now, they then argue that we have not paid. He said, yes, we have not paid because the invoice is not due. 2, you owe us ESCOM as the city of Johannesburg. And ESCOM owes us I think it's about 3.3 billion and is increasing. Because in the month of May, when we receive electricity, and let's explain this thing, how it happens. Councillor Jack explained that when ESCOM sends electricity to us, the one that they sell, it comes into our network. They have their meters here, we have our meters here. And our meters has confirmed that the electricity sent, it's so much. But the invoice that comes from ESCOM, it's higher than what our meter has confirmed. At least on 2 occasions last year, they admitted to overbilling. And as a result of that, they reversed and credited the city. Now, why is it a problem now that even requires to go to court? So we've escalated the matter back to ESCOM, and we have also went to our attorneys to defend the matter in court. But then the political leadership will then have to intervene through the executive mayor that there must be a way to find a settlement outside of the court. Now, Councillor Belinda has left, but I hope she will get it online, the response on this matter. She has also raised an issue about us tracking revenue from service departments. And there's no organization that can function without tracking departments that are actually revenue generating, because you are dependent on those. And we're constantly checking the revenue. And it is no secret that we have already spoken also during the adjustment budget and during the budget steering committee with both City Power and Joburg Water, that they must reduce their losses. And in fact, we have given a target. Councillor Squaler, you'll remind me. We have given targets to both City Power and Joburg Water on reducing their losses. So we are becoming more stricter in addressing these two entities, especially on the losses. Now, Chair, my 22 minutes is still there. And I want to exhaust it.
You have 4 minutes.
4
and
minutes of the
52
22.
seconds left.
Now I can talk politics. I have responded to all the questions asked. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC.
We'll now hear comments by the Executive Mayor.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to acknowledge the Speaker of Council, acknowledge the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, acknowledge members of the Mayoral Committee, acknowledge chairpersons of Section 79 oversight committees, acknowledge leaders of political parties represented in council, including those on my left and those that are in absentia. Let me take the opportunity to acknowledge the city manager, Mr. Floyd Brink, acknowledge members who are in the gallery, the royal families, and any other public representative and political leader that may be within our midst. Protocol observed. Let me also acknowledge the residents in the city of Johannesburg, and also, most importantly, members of the media. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to take long. I think the MMC has responded, but I just needed, and unfortunately the Councillor Belinda is not here, but I needed to recommend that she reads the MFMA Section 59, in particular Section C and 3. And it would be clear on the fact that whether my delegation is with an MMC or not, I still have full authority to execute it, whether in or in their absence. So the delegation remains, and you are correct, Madam Speaker. But equally so, I'd like to register once more that in our public consultative processes, our IDP, and themed the People's Plan, Madam Speaker, this administration elevated, like the MMC had alluded, to deprivation areas. And Madam Speaker, the municipal entities under the stewardship of MMCs have compiled business plans that speak to some of the critical issues that need to be addressed within our areas of deprivation. I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the effort that was put in on the part of the Department of Group Finance, under the stewardship of MMC of Finance, but also, Madam Speaker, acknowledge the fact that National Treasury had given the city positive feedback on our budget. it was important for this administration to ensure that our budgets are realistic. And we have successfully achieved that in line with our #1 priority, which is good governance. I'm not going to go into more of the details of the budget, Madam Speaker, in case I overkill. But I just want to acknowledge and indicate that the city of Johannesburg, under the stewardship of the government of local unity, will continue in its endeavor to ensure that we cater to all 7 regions in the city of Johannesburg, and we do the best that we can to improve the quality of the service of our residents. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I request that the budget be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor, and thank you to all the debaters.
Councillors, we proceed now to item 4, which is recommendations to council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table the executive reports and recommendations thereto for approval in this council. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, would like to table and accept these items for consideration, for council to consider them. Thank you. Finish. Yes, Chair.
All right, Councillor, we start off with item 1 on recommendations to council, which is year 2024-25 integrated development plan, which is an IDP review, and year 2024-25 departmental and municipal entities business plans.
The councillor from Action SA, Councillor L. Modukanene.
Oops. Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Action SA knows the report.
Thank you. EFF, Councillor K. Serrane. Serrane. I hope it's pronounced right.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF
Can you
caucus.
just hold on, Councillor Serrane? Just take your seat. Councillor Semose.
Madam Speaker, just to note that the PA does not support this budget.
We are on the IDP item. We are on the item of the IDP. Thank you, Councillor Serrane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF caucus leader, Councillor Bapela Rasurute, our whip, Councillor Tabisa Mohabi, not forgetting our 2 capable MMC. Let me have this open quote by John F. Kennedy. Change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future. The integrated framework ensures that the city resources are utilized efficiently, effectively, alleviate poverty and equality, provide basic service delivery to promote sustainable development. Speaker, the integrated development process unfolded in accordance with the Municipal System Act, Section 32 of 2000. Most of the issues on the ground are reflecting in this IDP. However, we have encountered challenges in the implementation of some of the programs in the previous financial year. One of the biggest challenges identified is political interference. One of the biggest challenges, Speaker, identified is political interference, particularly concerning programs related to employment. Particular, Speaker, concerning programs related to employment. This interference has been recognized as a significant hindrance to achieving the development goals outlined in the IDP. We are also concerned about what was raised by the community of Ward 81 in Alexandra to say they need a community center and library, but to our surprise, it's not prioritized in the tabled budget. So, Speaker, above all, we applaud community members for coming in numbers to participate in these IDP meetings to ensure that they receive the service delivery that they advocated for. Above all, we as the EFF caucus, we approve the tabling of the 2024-2025 IDP implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Serrane. Councillor Modupi D from the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise as the ANC caucus to move for the approval of item number 1, 2024-2025, Integrated Development Plan Review and 2024-2025 Departmental and Municipal Entities Business Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Modupi. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to basically ask Council to approve the IDP.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 1.7. Is the item agreed to? Do we vote? I heard the yeses. I definitely heard the yeses. I heard the yeses. I'm talking about the first time I heard the yeses, not your second screams. The item is then carried. Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker.
The son is playing with me.
Thank you.
I did not call anyone as yet, but Councillor De Lange, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We must do this correctly. I ask for division of the House. Thank you.
It's fine, it's only now. Can we get the yeses to put up their hands? Hands are up with your mouths closed. Can we settle down so that we are counted? Please, you can speak, but sit down. Can we have the doors closed? Can we have the doors closed? Can you drop your hands, yeses? Can we check the nose?
Councillor Maile, raise your hand.
Do you need a calculator?
The noes can drop their hands. Do we have anybody that abstains? Is there one at the back that abstains? Thank you. Abstain is 0. No is 46. Yes is 132. It's carried.
Councillors, item 2 is tabling off the year 20. Oh.
Councillors, the item is for noting. Or the second one is for noting. But this is a simple majority. No, Council, it's not a but. Can I speak? Can I speak? Am I allowed to speak and guide you? Can I speak to guide you? It is not the budget item. It is the IDP item, and it doesn't need 136. Budget items are item 3 from A to D. No, I'm done. We are done. We are done. Councillor Van Wyk, please advise the caucus. I've given the numbers. 132 are in favor. 132 in favor. 46 no. Abstain no. I gave the numbers. Right, Paul. And then?
Councillors, item 2 is the tabling of the year 2024-25 institutional service delivery budget and implementation plan, which is the SDBIP.
Councillor Kukumur is not here. Councillor J. Kaldin. Can we please respect when speakers are coming onto the podium? Can we please do that?
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Councillor Margaret Sharon Arnolds. The Patriotic Alliance Joburg 9 that is led by the capable incoming Premier for Gauteng, MMC Kenny Kunene, in his absentia.
Councillor Kaldin, just Councillor Abdul, please. Thank you, Councillor Kaldin.
Madam Speaker, thank you to all councillors who spoke about Eldorado Park. Please note that I've arrived to represent my ward with an overwhelming two-third majority. As the Patriotic Alliance, we note the report, and as the government of local unity, it is our responsibility to hold each other accountable. And we have always been committed to the project to continue to stabilize the city. Madam Speaker, in our two portfolios, human settlements and transport, we had to reallocate funds in order to include my ward, Eldorado Park in service delivery within the city. It is an open secret that the MMC of Finance redirects and withholds funds from anything and everything that smells like the Patriotic Alliance to him. But it cannot be correct that Eldorado Park is not budgeted for here. We cannot be victimized, and we cannot allow voters to be victimized, to be making personal points. Make no mistake that even as a disciplined coalition partner, we shall not remain silent on this injustice. Furthermore, it was very disappointing to witness yesterday that the MEC of Public Safety visiting Eldorado Park and shooting her mouth. As a coalition partner, Madam Speaker, you allowed her to trash talk about service delivery to the government in this city. such as SAPS not being able to fulfill their duties due to non-functional street lights, potholes and road markings, because you knew that politically it would point negatively towards the PA. Sometimes I wonder, but then again, dogs never go after stationary cars. Ons Baizani, ons staan saam en vas. On the 29th of May, Kenzie, I am voting for the Patriotic Alliance. I am voting for Gayton McKenzie. Ons gaan reg by die tafel sit. We will not have to reallocate funds to serve our people anymore. We will budget for long neglected and disenfranchised communities, nationally, provincially, and locally. Speaker, I want to remind you, you are a resident in Eldorado Park, Ward 17, under the capable leadership of Councillor Dwayne Ponsonby. Salute.
Thank you, Councillor Caldine. Councillor Rambani is not here. Can we have Councillor Mpatlela?
Thank you, Speaker. Afternoon, our beautiful Chief Whip, Councillor Mahapi. The city of Johannesburg resident by now, you know the truth. You know that for a fact that when EFF is saying it's going to do something, it is going to happen. When EFF plan a rally, any program, you can rest assured that come rain, storm or sunshine, that program is going to be executed as planned. The EFF said it's going to march against load shedding from Johannesburg to megawatts because load shedding is a man-made by those who want to sell Eskom. Most of you have already accepted to those given schedules of power cuts. And EFF marched in the heaviest rain with that Asijigi spirit. And in numbers, we faced the rain for you. It's only now when we have accepted that load shedding is man-made because now towards election we have unlimited electricity after many years, because they are trying to fool you, the residents, into voting for them again. And as EFF, we are warning you again, if you vote for them, ANC or DA, load shedding is going to come back again, worse than last time. So that you have no choice but to accept the privatization of Eskom. And it's only EFF which will stop this man-made pandemic once and permanently. As we have committed ourselves in the EFF 2024 election manifesto titled, "Our Land and Jobs Now, Stop Load Shedding." When we say we are going to stop corruption and prevent South Africa from being captured by the three Gupta brothers, some of you were skeptic and even called us names. But today we have chased the Guptas out of the country, and it's now that you realize that our country was almost looted completely. People are enriching themselves with our country while we remain poor and getting poorer. EFF is the only organization which will create sustainable jobs, permanent jobs, not this clownish underemployment called EPWP, which abuse our people. EFF will ensure that our minerals are processed locally, which means if a company like Rolex wants our gold to manufacture its watches, instead of taking our gold offshore, they should bring their Rolex factory here so that gold can be mined here, processed here, and manufactured into finished goods here in South Africa. And that will create jobs for South Africa. If EFF will industrialize the country and turn it into a multi-layer production factory by building state-led industries and protect South African industries against international industries. EFF will create state-owned housing and roads company where people will work permanently to build houses for the government, repair and build roads without any tender rendered. EFF will ensure that economic zones are created where companies which are employing 2,000 people permanently are given tax incentives. And EFF will call other business people to come and put their factories at areas where EFF wants to start new residential areas so that people can work next to where they stay. Under EFF, food security is priority number 1. And we are going to support small-scale farmers and procure from them as government. Agriculture and food security is one of our biggest priority, and will ensure the success of everyone who wants to venture into this industry by supplying these farmers with education, seeds, machinery, financial and monitoring support. EFF is the only solution for jobs, where 6,000 is the minimum wage in South Africa. It's now or never, South Africa. 2024 is our
1994.
Vote EFF on the 29th of May for land and jobs now, and stop load shedding. EFF knows the report. 2024 is our
1994.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bapela. Councillor Modupi from the ANC.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we move forward for the approval of the 2024-2025 institutional SDBIP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Modupi. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby want to table the report and request Council to approve. Thank you. Denoting.
Agreed. The recommendations are on page 2.3. Is the item agreed to? The item is for noting.
Constance, we proceed to item 3.
Councillor, is it Councillor De Lange or is it the councillor at the back? Oh, it's Van Wyk. Councillor Van Wyk.
Speaker, I think you've taken a stance not to look at me since you started. And I'm opposite you. It is for noting, but I want to start something that I need a division of the House because we're not voting for this.
Can I consult with legal here? But I can't see you because you're shorter than me.
Speaker, you are body shaming.
Councillor Van Wyk, I am advised that if an item is for noting, we cannot be voting, but it also says that we then need to note your dissent as Action SA. Councillor De Lange, ek sien jy skud kop. Okay, laat ek eers vir Van Wyk vat. Councillor Van Wyk.
Speaker, then the first part was wrong. So, but please note the dissent of Action SA.
Thank you. Councillor Van Wyk. Ach, De Lange, jammer.
Thank you, Speaker. It's election time. The circus is in town. Please note our serious dissent on this item for the record.
Baie
Thank
dankie.
you.
Boswell and Wilkes has arrived.
Councillors, we are on item 3, which is the year 2024-25 to 2026-27 medium term.
Councillor Brenda. Apologies, I didn't see you because there's a councillor that's sick at the back, so I just had to give medication. Councillor Brenda.
It's Chairperson Dami. Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ANC caucus is requesting 1 hour caucus. Yes.
It's granted.
Thank you, Speaker.
It's granted. Councillor Samose. Can we wait before we move? I've recognized another councillor. Councillor Samose.
Simonsa.
Simonsa. Thank you. Thank you.
Please note the PS dissent on this item.
Thank you, councillor. ANC, you are granted your 1 hour. Your 1 hour will be you coming back at 5:30.
Mayor later. Mayor, up here, up.
Are we? Are we all back? Are we all in the chamber? We want to continue with the business of the day. It is late in the day. Councillor Brenda, can we check? Councillor Brenda, hold on, hold on, hold on. Are we all here? Can we start? I think we are going to start. I'm. Councillor Belinda. Brenda, it's because it's a B. Councillor Brenda, can you report back? Can we have silence now? We're starting. Otherwise, we'll go out at 2 o'clock.
Welcome back, Mayor.
Councillor Brenda.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think we can proceed.
Thank you.
Councillors, we resume on item 3, and that is the 2024-25 to the 2026-27 medium-term budget and related documentation for the city of Johannesburg, read together with item 3A, and that would be your 2024-25 to 2026-27 medium-term operating budget and related documentation, also read together with item 3B, which is the 2024-25 to 2026-27 medium-term capital budget for the city of Johannesburg. Also read with item 3C, that would be the report on the outcomes of the public consultation on the proposed 2024-25 budget and its revenue-raising measures, and technically evaluated by National Treasury. And lastly, read with item D, and that's your draft rates policy and rates bylaw.
Thank you, councillors. Our speakers list. Councillor Libatlang.
Thank you, Speaker. We just want to check from Action SA. We've seen that we are seeing new faces from different caucuses to check whether we are correcting and we are still the same number that we are, because we are starting to see new faces from the other side. Thank you.
Councillor Libatlang, I really can't make sense of what you. I really can't make sense of what you have said. I don't know who's a new face in the council. Because all the councillors that are in the chamber is all the councillors that has been sworn in as councillors. So I'm not certain who's a new face.
Speaker.
There's no new councillors. Our newest councillor, Our newest councillor in the house is the councillor from the PA, Councillor Mokwena, that was sworn in. I thank you, and I'm not opening it for a debate. We are going to check quorum, but I am not saying to you, no, councillor. You don't say new councillors. There's no new councillors in the house.
New faces are new councillors. Funa ukuthini?
Councillor Kumbi and then councillor from Councillor Konko, all the ends.
As much as I respect Councillor Zek, but it's unfortunate, very unfortunate that he can disrespect councillors like this and call them new faces. Which are the new faces here? Because for councillors that are here for the purposes of their communities. So can you, Speaker, at least withdraw this thing of new faces?
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's close it, Councillor Kumbi. It's fine. Councillor from the PAC.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, minority governing parties will propose or ask for 25 minutes caucus break.
Can we do
You are
that?
not speaker. Yeah.
Councillor Konko, can we do that after we have checked quorum? Okay, no, I'm advised that I should grant you your 25 minutes. As a jelani as yellow baizani. Minorities, you have been granted your 25 minutes. You come back at 20 past 6. 20 past 6, not 25 past.